I'm traffic police will reach.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Day 5 Online Faculty Development Program on Machine Learning in Big Data Applications and Security Challenges. Now I request Mr. I. Saptami, Assistant Professor of CSE, MLRIT, to give brief introduction about the today's resource person. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I feel very glad to introduce today's resource person, Dr. G. N. Vivekananda, Associate Professor, Department of CSE. Dr. G. N. Vivekananda is currently serving as Associate Professor in the Department of CSE at Madanapalli Institute of Technology and Science, Madanapalli. He is recognized for his technical expertise in the trust areas. He has more than 11 years of experience in teaching and research. He worked in JNTU Anantapuram, JNTU A Pulivendala, and SVCET Chittoor. He received his full-time PhD, MTech, and BTech degrees from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Andhra Pradesh. His research areas are network security, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, IoT, and blockchain technologies. He published many papers in peer-reviewed journals, conferences, and has 4 patents. He reviewed 200 plus papers in SCI Scopus. He received appreciation from Ville and Elsevier. He guided 40 PhD projects. He was awarded Distinguished Researcher in Computer Networks by International Council in 2020. He organized many workshops, induction programs, training programs, and webinars for students and faculty. As an external world interaction, he trained the employees of various software industries. He and guest of honor and chaired various training workshops and FDPs. He is a Microsoft certified educator, certified professional, technology associate, certified technology specialist, certified IT professional, and IBM certified academic associate. He is a certified ethical hacker. He held various administration, is a board of studies member for various organizations. He is a senior member of IEEE and a life member of various prestigious organizations like IEI, CSI, ISTE, and IETE. He is a recipient of IEI Young Engineers Award for the year 2021. Now I request today's resource person Vivekananda sir to take over this session.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I hope so. I'm audible.
Voice is audible.
Hello. Can you please confirm whether I'm audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I see some participants are still joining. Okay. Thank you for your warm welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad to have here in this workshop is 1 week faculty is conducted by MLRIT. I'm happy to be a resource person, one of the resource persons for this FDP. I have seen the schedule that many of my colleagues and many seniors and my gurus also have taken many sessions here. in this FDP. I thank one and all for giving this opportunity again, and I'll start my session in a minute. Can you please confirm? Give me a minute. I'll try to share my screen. Hello,
Sir.
ma'am. Can you please confirm whether my screen is visible?
Yeah, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, can I turn off the video?
No
or-
problem. It's your wish.
Okay. I will have it for some time. If
Okay.
any bandwidth issues happen, I will turn off it later. Right?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Start. Ma'am, can you please confirm whether the full slide is visible?
Sir, yes, sir.
The full screen is visible, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. A very good morning, all. Good morning, dear participants, dear friends. I'm happy to be the part of this 1 week online faculty development program on machine learning and big data applications and security challenges. Let me briefly go through the agenda of this session. I'll be starting with the introduction part, in which I'll be discussing about the machine learning and cybersecurity fundamentals, and I'll be going through the machine learning and cybersecurity needs, challenges, types, applications, use cases, tools, life cycle benefits, and what is the difference between the traditional approach and machine learning approach, and what is the overall solution for this cybersecurity using this machine learning, and what are the different algorithms of ML and issues with ML, and what is the feature of AML for cybersecurity, and followed by the hands-on. I have divided this session into two actually. The first session will be looking into the knowledge part. That is, I see that various participants have joined this FDP from different disciplines. That's why domain knowledge is important to know about the hands-on session. That is why in the first session, I'll be going through the domain knowledge. And in the second session, we'll be looking into the hands-on. Sir, is that fine?
Sir?
Is there any disturbance in the voice, ma'am? Let me know. Please let me know.
No, sir. No, sir. It's perfect, sir. You can proceed.
If there is any disturbance in the voice or any interruption to the internet, please let me know. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Now let us start the session. Okay. Going with the introduction of machine learning. What is machine learning? I hope so you could have seen in the past 6 sessions what is machine learning, what is machine learning, what is AI, what is this data science, what is big data, what is cyber security. You could have seen various things from various experts who have spoken about all these things. I'm not going into depth of all these things, but I wish to give you a basic knowledge of what is machine learning, what is cybersecurity, because we are going to see the hands-on on both of these things. You can see here, a machine learning is a study of algorithms that improve automatically through the experience, and it is a set of artificial intelligence, subset of artificial intelligence. Here, in this machine learning, we make use of the DIWK pyramid, which consists of data, information, and knowledge, the insights, followed by the wisdom. This machine learning has a data. He is the main part of the machine learning. We have to protect the data. This protection can be achieved only using this cyber security tactics. And you may think, why? Why? What is the use of this data and what is the use of this information? If there is no integrity in the information and if there is no proper assurance of the information, you can't take particular data for the assurance. You can't take particular data for the analysis part. Okay, now let us see why hackers are so much greedy about the information. What contains this information? This information is very critical and it may be a secure one and it may be a sensitive and valuable one. That is, we say this information is competitive. This information is advantage. The information is power. For many organizations, they are being driven with this information nowadays. That is why we get the concept of big data again. A huge and humongous data, voluminous data is generated in every organization. How to manage the data? We are using this big data for managing the different types of data and filtering the data and performing the data analytics. For such purpose, we have to secure the data. For securing the data, next we are going for cyber security. You can see here, normally we can see cyber security is a protection of computer networks that includes both hardware, software, and from the cyber attacks. If you see how this cyber security is achieved, we follow CAA triad and AAT triad. Two triads we are using here. One is the CAA triad and one is the AAT triad. The CAA triad is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And AAT triad is regarding authorization, authenticity, and traceability. Now, what is this confidentiality? Excuse me. This confidentiality ensures that information is not accessed by unauthorized personnel. A third party can't have access for this useful information. And integrity ensures that information has not been hijacked or misused during the transmission. And availability ensures that information is available for access all the time. And if you see, you normally will be seeing the CEA thread everywhere. And what is this AAT thread? Authorization. This ensures that the deprivation in the control of access to information. Authenticity ensures that senders who say they have to prove themselves. And traceability ensures monitoring of process for accessing and modifying the information. Now, what is the need of this machine learning in cybersecurity? We have different cybersecurity tools, right? Then what is the use of this machine learning in the cybersecurity? As you can see here, there are number of attacks that are increasing. Similarly, distributed denial of service attack on GitHub, nearly 1.3 terabyte per second of the attacks are happening on GitHub, and 16.7 million identity thefts are happening. 50 million users are compromised by Facebook by API's breach, and Facebook developers are also facing many such attacks. All such breaches, if these were detected earlier and terminated by the machine itself, we could have saved much data and huge losses could be prevented, right? Such that we are seeing this advantage of machine learning in different parts of cybersecurity, in detecting different types of phishing mails, spams, and different malware analysis, zero-day attacks in big data, and different n number of attacks we are using ML nowadays in the industry. Now let us look into what are the different challenges that we are facing in this cybersecurity and big data when we are using in the traditional method. If we see the challenges in the cybersecurity, we get to see like detection. We have to see what is a malware, what is the intrusion, what type of phishing and botnet attacks may happen. And as the internet is going, the threats are also growing continuously, very rapidly. Different types of threats regarding IoT devices, social media, cloud, And new attacks are also explored regularly, although we are having new techniques. And what are the challenges to be faced here? We have labeling. These are the different big data challenges: labeling, heterogeneity of data, volume of data, and abstraction of data. These
సార్ లెఫ్ట్
మనదా ఎవరిది?
Participants, please hold for 2 minutes. There is network issue with the source person.
సార్ జాయిన్ అగైన్
No need to call now. We'll see.
Sir, screen is visible, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Screen is visible.
Sir, Vivek, this is not audible, sir.
వివేక్ సార్ మ్యూట్ లో ఉన్నారు.
Okay.
Sir,
Ma'am, visible now, ma'am?
yeah, sir. Screen is visible, sir. Sir, you can, if you wish, you can switch off your camera.
Okay. Okay,
Uh,
ma'am. Sure.
Okay, sir.
Okay. I hope so. So now, ma'am, can you tell me which screen you're seeing now? Types of attacks, right?
Yeah, sir. Types of attacks.
Okay. Now we're going to see what are the different types of attacks. We get to see normally reconnaissance, versus analysis, backdoor exploit. And now let us look into these attacks. Let us start with the first attack, reconnaissance. In this reconnaissance, it's a footprinting in which the attacker collects some information about the computer network to evade security control so that it is most useful for an attacker to enter any system. And the second is a furthest. Basically, in this, the attacker attempts to uncover security loopholes in a program, operating system, or a network by providing some massive invariant or unexpected data to the computer program, which is usually automated. And the third is analysis. It's a type of attack in which attacker tries to penetrate into web application through ports. They can use different port scan or mails by sending the spam mails or web scripts. And fourth is a backdoor in which attacker spreads some malware in the system through unsecured points of entry such as outdated plugins or any input feeds. By doing this, the attacker can enter into the system by which he will avoid the normal authentication and he will get the unauthorized remote access. And the fifth is exploit. It is a piece of software or a data or a sequence of instruction that will take advantage of a bug for vulnerability to just cause unintended access. And the next one is the generic. It is a kind of cryptographic attack. In this attacker attempt to against block encryption using any hash function. And the seventh one is shell code. It's a small piece of code which is by which an attacker can use a payload in the exploitation of the software vulnerability just to control and compromise the system. And the next one is worm. It is a standalone malware software that replicates the malicious script to spread to other computers. And the last one is a DOS attack, that is a denial of service attack. It is a cyber attack in which attacker want to make his machine or a network resource unavailable to the intended users by disrupting complete network services. Okay, looking into these attacks, let us look what are the different applications of how these attacks can be solved using this ML now. We get to see few applications like server user authentication, botnet detection, hacking, network intrusion, spam filtration for detection. All these attacks first will go through risk assessment. That is, all the attacks are clustered and they will be subjected to correlation. That is, multiple events to identify common patterns can be detected. And they will be performing digital forensics, spam filtering, many such additional and tracks can be performed on every application to make sure that to check whether a particular application is affected. Now let us look into some uses of machine learning in the cybersecurity. If you look into the uses, we get to see main algorithms here as supervised and unsupervised algorithms, which can perform classification, identification, analytics, automation. Here, we see that machine learning preemptively stamps out cyber threats and bolsters the security infrastructure. We get to see the big data analytics also. With the help of machine learning, an organization can analyze big data sets of security events and malicious activities. And machine learning works so that when similar events are detected, they're automatically dealt with by trained ML model. And using these techniques, pattern detection also can be performed very efficiently, and user behavior modeling can be performed. Also, if you look into the evolution, see here, sorry, if you look into this use cases of ML, We see that for spam mitigation, malware detection, mitigation of data of service attacks, reputation in the cyberspace, and for many such different applications of the cybersecurity, like social network security, detecting threats, detecting hidden channels, and detecting how we can enhance this human analysis. Also, we can make use of the ML in the cybersecurity. Now, looking into what are the different tools we have in the ML for these cybersecurity, we make use of the expert systems, autonomous augmented reality, and neural networks to look into this cyber threats that is present in the data. And let's look into the evolution of the machine learning. If you look into the machine learning, it started with a normal data set evaluation, that is a heuristic based detection. And now we are using machine learning and deep learning to track the data, to filter the data very deeply, and to find some patterns very efficiently.
ये साइड वाला भी रखा है उसकी भी हटिंग हाँ एक तो दोनों का करती है दोनों करती है ये क्या कि भाई तो खतरनाक दोनों ही हाँ जी 2019 मॉडल आया था उसमें नहीं था 2000 जो किया ना 23 में उसमें है ये तो मुझे नाम नहीं क्या कर चल रहा टेम्पलेट चलेंगे
Dear faculty, can you please mute your mic? Yogendra Kumar sir, can you please mute your mic? Okay. Let us look into how can we apply these ML techniques. Let me say these ML techniques are again classified based on different applications. We look into the network level for routers, switches, and firewalls. We look into the endpoint for server, mobiles, and desktops, and user level for authentication, social behavior, and application level for web applications. We make use of all these machine learning techniques and apply them in different part of the analytics like descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics for applying these things in the ML. Let us look into the generic ML life cycle. I hope so. We all know about this life cycle. We start with problem framing, collecting the data, integrating, preparing, and cleaning, and finally visualizing the data. And it is subject to the retraining process. And finally, we deploy it based on the predictions. If you look into this life cycle, we can clearly see that ML is evolving over time. So if you create a static model, you have to update that model as you realize how the attacker is changing. But you are always lagging behind the attacker. This attacker, you are kind of always slightly trailing. So you are always losing. Machine learning allows you to stay much closer and adapt much more efficiently to how they are operating. And what are the benefits of this cybersecurity over ML? If you look into the traditional cybersecurity, we deal with the problems that were aided by the mathematical model, like data transformation. And if you look into the modern cybersecurity, these abstract threats which cannot be solved, that is clustering of the threat patterns on a network, clustering security risk incidents, clustering of user activity, clustering of the web traffic, clustering of the vulnerability in different segments, all this can be done in this modern cybersecurity. If you look into the architectures of this traditional and ML-based security, we can clearly see that in the traditional approach, it is rule-based and nature only you can find the particular attack. No, because every day the signatures may change. Attackers are being intelligent, and the classification types of attacks are also depending on different use cases of the particular worm or a virus that is being injected. And here we follow some adaptive process like behavioral modeling in the ML based security. That is, AI can be applied to real-time modeling of net nodes and the log on audit files on all network traffics. We can Hello. Hello. Yes, sir.
Sir?
Let me know I'm audible.
Yeah, sir.
Okay. Right. We can find the zero-day attacks in which the AI modeling can mitigate the risks here. Okay, we can see such different advantages of using the ML-based security when compared to the traditional security patterns. Now, let us look into what are the difficulties in dealing with the intrusion in the ML-based security or normal traditional security. If you look into this intrusion detection, attacker try to hide the actions. Attacker try to hide the patterns also, what they use. Because when you try to know the patterns, we filter the pattern and we can know the attack easily. For this, the solution for modern cybersecurity, like spam filtering, threat analytics, credit card fraud detection scenarios, malware detection, network behavior anomaly, insider threat anomalies, and detecting DDoS attacks, and knowing the password strength using ML, different types of intrusion detection also we can overcome using a standard intrusion detection methodology. These are, you can look into the standard intrusion detection. First, we analyze the data using the ML. We'll extract the different features. We'll select the unique features. We'll create the data sets, useful data sets, and we select and classify the features based on the given data set. That is, we can perform malware detection, anti-spam detection, data classification, vulnerability management, threat intelligence, everything. Every intrusion detection schemes can be available if we follow the same strategy. And let us look into a few examples. I have gathered some information from different papers and the solutions for spam filtering, credit card detection, and for finding the malware, different types of malwares. Let us look into this right now. What is the solution for the modern cybersecurity for spam filtering? Here, authors has proposed an approach, the same approach that we have discussed now. We are taking the input data, we will be measuring the data from the different sensors, we'll be pre-processing the data, and we'll be applying the PCA mechanism, feature mechanism like dimensionality reduction. We are learning from the data and performing this model testing and getting the results. These results will be most probably accurate based on the data sets that you are providing. And here we come across one more problem of threat. We can see now how can we analyze this threat. This threat analysis is one of the major issues in the network now because it's not so easy as we detect threat. Okay, why we need this threat analytics? Because cyber crimes are happening very fastly and servers do not recognize, servers do not pack it. The speed of evolving the data is also increasing. And dissecting this direction of systems is becoming a very tough task. Anomaly, we can't predict the anomaly very easily until and unless we train it properly. And different benefits of ML in threat analytics also you can see here. We get a consistent feature radiation, clean training of the data, and consistent data platforms. And how can it can be achieved? It can be achieved just by ML. We can get the DNS-based detection, traffic anomaly, spam filters, authentication, threat intelligence, everything we can achieve just by ML. Let me show you how we can get this by ML. Please look into this. Heuristics. Once we collect all this data, that is clustering traffic to find outliers, we clean the data. Next, the engineer distance the functions using the different classifiers, and he figure out what is the right algorithm and apply the correct algorithmic parameters and perform the analytic part. And finally, interpret the data and get the learning successful. This is how the threat analytics also can be performed. I will show you, do not worry. I will show you one of the hands-on of how to detect few threats in the real-time data set. Okay. Just these are a few examples of how we can get the threat analytics and credit card fraud detection scenarios. If you see here, we have a traditional detection method and machine learning method. Predicting fraud, it is very tough task predicting fraud is very a tough task. That is, it determines the probability of fraudulent actions that are performed. We have to recognize the patterns of suspicious transactions. We have to find the suspicious users. We have to find the suspicious location hackers and predict, classify different types of attacks like spoofing, phishing. What are the different TCP policy violations? Based on all these things only, we are framing one policy in the machine learning. Using this policy, now a machine learning program can easily identify what are the different types of fraud attacks that can be performed on the credit card. Similarly, we get to see phishing URL detection, one of the common attacks that are performed. What is a phishing URL? It is the most successful modes of attack for hackers normally. Phishing usually starts with sending malicious URLs through mails, websites, try to obtain the user credentials by appearing as a legitimate website. And phishing URLs sometimes differ from original website by changing in single character, especially at the places where the high chances of typo or blind spots are located. Such different types of phishing can be easily found using this ML and ML techniques. Similarly, we are going to see malware detection. What is this malware detection? What is a malware, first of all? A malware, normally we say a software that intentionally designed to create damage to your computer, server, or network of computers. We get to see some popular examples of malwares like Trojan horse, ransomware, spyware, scareware. Most popular method that hackers try to sneak the malicious files into network is by concealing the type or extension. You could have seen when you click any file in some website, automatically some exe file will be downloaded into your system. It may be a malware. Although your intention is not to download that particular file, automatically it will be downloaded to once you open any particular. This is what we see here. System administrator have to disable the execution of all such PowerShell scripts. And hacker exchanges removes this extension of the file. And only by examining the content in the file, one can identify whether it is malicious or not. Using the binary sequence of ASCII data and vectorizer, the training and splitting of the data, even such malicious code also can be detected using this ML algorithms. Excuse me. Now get to see what is NBAD, Network Behavior Anomaly Detection. Yeah, this is one of the continuous monitoring of computer network for unusual or suspicious trends or events and raise alarms at very regular real time to highlight the threats. NBAD works on characteristics like traffic volume, bandwidth, protocol use, and different signature-based detection also, like zero-day attacks, where the threat is encrypted. Typical usage scenario of this NBAD, we make use of the log analysis, packet inspection, and flow monitoring, and we perform the route analysis clearly to know what type of attack is being conducted and what is the network behavior when this anomaly enters into a system, and we can normalize the particular attack. And using this k-means NBAD, okay, we can use this k-means algorithm clustering technique to find the anomaly for this NBAD. Now let us look into how the insider threat detection we can find out using this ML. If you see this insider threat detection, it is growing challenge for different employers because these are any action taken by an employee that are potentially harmful to the organization. If you see the inside threat actions ranging from unsanctioned data transfer to advanced persistent threats, like typical profiles, you can see like leaker, a thief, a saboteur, some high-level indicators of threat, some high-level indicators of threat includes whether an email has been sent to an outsider or login occurred outside the business hours. Such things also may be responsible for these insider threats. Such insider threats also can be detected using this machine learning algorithms. How can you detect the DDoS attacks using this machine learning? If we look into this DDoS attacks, we generally look into the network behavior. How can we predict the network traffic using the source port, IP address, open TCP ports, packet content, packet size, different volumetric attacks, or any of these hundreds of different attributes are there that network traffic can have. This helps in predicting the next packet parameters such that we can easily identify the DDoS attacks. You can see how the bot you can see here in the figure how a bot helps the attacker to gain the information for performing this DDoS attack. If we look into an example of this DDoS attack using a ML, we predict different types of attacks using the pattern, that is, find pattern of the user activity, and dear participants, I request you to please mute your mics.
Friends, please, I'm requesting to mute you, Mike.
Thank you, ma'am. We can predict different types of attacks and find the patterns of user activity, detect the anomalies in the HTTP requests also. Like we can find the different authentication failures or bypass proxies or firewalls using this DDoS attacks using the ML. And similarly, we can find what is the strength of a particular password using this ML. That is, if you want to assess the strength of a password, we get to see nowadays we are using very strong passwords, which is a combination of both our alphanumeric with the different numbers with the different special characters, right? We can find such password strength also nowadays. When you are signing up, it is automatically showing whether it is a weak password, strong password, or it can be easily broken. Okay, if you can see such suggestions also, and even few browsers and few websites are suggesting the passwords that are given by them also. Okay, you can assess the password strength by using this ML methodology, by looking into the character level vectorization, and we can train and test the data and apply this XGB classifier such that we can easily get to know what is the strength of a password using this machine learning. And we have seen different things now, like assessing the password strength, threat analytics, detecting the ML, that insider threat, ML, NBAD, ML attack detection using the ML, phishing, credit card fraud, threat analytics. Now, what we have observed here is we have a unique solution or a unique framework for every of this application, right? For any area of this application, you don't have a common framework or a common methodology. But this is the problem with the ML. Okay, we can't remember all the frameworks or all the methodologies. Is there any one solution, one overall solution for the cyber security? What is the overall solution for the cyber security? If we look into the overall solution for the cyber security, we get into the elements of the cyber security. Let us look into the elements of the cyber security. We have different types of securities like application security, information network, operation security, disaster security. You can look into the solution proposed for this cybersecurity framework, which involves planning and design. First of all, you have to start with the strategy assessment, planning and design, implement and deploy, monitor continuously, and finally automate. Okay, that is what. For strategy and assessment, we need the government policies. And for security management, for planning and design, for implementation, we need a resilience management team and training team. And for monitoring, we need the incident response team here. And for optimizing, we need a security posture assessment. That is, ML preemptively stamps out the threats using the security in different ways, in pattern detection, in the automation. So we can say that it is imperative to combine the best technology with these industry experts due to the advent of cloud now, these problems has increased in the security scenario. Now let us look what makes the algorithms dangerous. Why these algorithms are dangerous? Is there any danger using this machine learning algorithms? You may get it out. Yes, there are few problems that are associated with it. Algorithms also, like if you don't have the proper data set, that is clean data set, it is very tough to analyze. It is very tough to predict or accurate result. That is, we often assume a certain type of data or distribution, and it may involve noise. If the data has some sort of noise in it, some sort of missing values in it, we can't analyze the values accurately. And algorithms, we think they are too easy to use them these days, like TensorFlow, Torch, ML. But the process is more important of the algorithm. We can't apply all the algorithms on all the applications. Algorithm selection is also one of the main parts. That is, algorithms do not take domain knowledge into account. It defines meaningful and representative distance normally, whether it may be a ports or the protocols that you use, or IDS, IPS scenarios that you use. These algorithms may be dangerous if you don't opt them properly. And the next problem with this algorithm is cognitive bias. What is this cognitive bias? How biased is your data set? How do you know? Okay, let me break for a moment. Stop presenting. Dear participants, can you please let me know? Can you see my browser screen now? Can you see my browser screen now? Hello.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Is the Google website visible for all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me show you what is this cognitive bias. Let me show in practical. Google Translate. Let me say I will use Google Translate. Okay, some language is. I'm taking some text. He is a nurse. Dear participants, can you please let me know? Can you see the screen? Can you read what I have typed here once?
Yes.
He is a nurse. He is a doctor.
Okay, he is a nurse. She is a doctor. Now
Yes.
you see this. We know that how this Google Translate works. It also makes use of few machine learning algorithms for translating the code from one language to the other. But there is some sort of cognitive bias also here. What is cognitive bias? See here, when I have typed in English, you have got something in Hungarian language. Am I right? Now, what if I type this thing in Hungarian, what should you get in English? If I type this in English, I will copy this, and I will type in English, sorry, Hungarian. When I convert back to Hungarian to English, what should be a result?
So the
He is
result
a nurse. He is
varies.
a doctor.
Yes, he is a nurse, she is a doctor. Now let us see here. See here. Can you see what is the result? I have typed the same thing, but what is the result here?
He is a nurse. He is a doctor.
She is a nurse, he is a doctor. Are you getting the same result?
No. That
No.
words are converted.
Yes, the words are connected. Although I am pasting the same data here, the data is being converted to other thing. This is we call as a cognitive bias. We call this as a cognitive bias. Got it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we refer it as a cognitive bias in normal. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. Yes, please. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I have stopped it. Mistake. Okay. I hope so. My screen is visible for all again. Can anybody please confirm whether the screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is regarding the cognitive bias. That is, only a single customer's data or learning an infected data set, different errors, missing data. Machine learning is a powerful tool actually, but it is not a silver bullet. While the machine learning space is evolving at a significant rate, there will be always some bad actors developing their skills and technology to find such exploits and weakness. You can see this magical matrix in this ML. When ML is accurate, when both are known, it is accurate. And unknown known, it is like a true false positive ratios. Okay, unknown known, it is biased. Known unknown, it is not accurate still. If both are unknown, both values are unknown, it is a blind thing. That is what happening in ML nowadays. Also, one need to keep in mind that machine learning algorithms should minimize their false positive rates. Actions that they can identify as malicious are part of a cyber attack, but that are not. And we have a few more dangers with ML. Let me show you. These are few dangers with ML. That is, normally we are taking some data set, we are applying some expert knowledge and machine learning techniques, classifiers, algorithms, finally predicting some final detections. Okay, like every force of automation, this ML-based cybersecurity will bring in questions of potential job loss sometimes. Okay, no need to be afraid of that because we have seen nowadays that mostly using this chat GPT, many are afraid that they are losing their jobs. No, it may not happen because there's always a sense of discomfort with the idea of trusting a purely automated system. More so when it's cybersecurity automation, we are talking about the enterprises need to manage this perceived loss of control. That is why we have to verify the output properly and interpret the output properly when you are going looking into this machine learning techniques mainly. And you can see if you want to discuss about the future of AI, the cybersecurity has various fields in it. Every day as technology improves, the new vulnerabilities are discovered and machine learning also is advancing in all the verticals. There is no right tool. It is need for enterprises to maintain the infrastructure, security for the people to safeguard from all these threats. The future of the cybersecurity is not about man or machine, but it's about man and machine. That is, machine learning has many applications in cybersecurity, including identifying the cyber threats, improving the available antivirus softwares, fighting with the cyber crimes, and the machine learning capabilities, and so on. The utilization of the machine learning techniques in cybersecurity, this started only a few years ago, but it is growing at a rapid pace. Now, let us look at the growing role of machine learning in cyber security using one of the machine learning example. Let us look into the hands-on session now. Participants, can we look into the hands-on session now?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. I hope so. My screen is visible now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. 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 Yeah, faculty, please let me tell you a few things. I have taken two data sets here, which includes a real-time data set of an organization in which they have performed some cybersecurity attacks. And I have taken few ports here. You can see. You can see some ports here. Okay. Using this, we are performing one EDA, exploratory data analysis now. Okay. I hope so. You can see the Collab tab, Google Collab tab. Can you please let me know? Hello. Can anybody please confirm whether you can see my tab, Google Colab tab?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. Now let me explain this. Let's start data wrangling that involves the data cleaning and further the data visualization. I will explore different types of attacks that we have seen now in this hands-on session. So without wasting time, let us start. Suppose you are the cybersecurity expert of any company, and in the last one, there were some events, there were some cybersecurity attacks which occurred in different durations, and we have to find some patterns in it. Okay, so by using this Python, we can find such patterns, and we can find what are the different time it happened, and what type of attack it happened, and what are the ports the and we are going to see all this detailing now. Okay. Now, if you see here, the most logical parts attacked. Is there any frequency of attack, or which is a very common during those days of attack? And what if is there any hours? You can see here odd hours, day or night times when the many attacks happen. Okay, we will see these things. Now, if you see here, the first step we have done is we have imported like pandas, seaborn, metaplot labels for graphing of the IP addresses, numpy, scipy states, and this is for hypothesis testing, guys. We are using hypothesis testing, and yeah, well, on the data type math missing go here we are using math missing go to know the missing values if any, and it will import warning. I just want to ignore the warning because this is my collab file, and the next thing and I'm doing here is I'm connecting my file with the data set now. I have stored my data set in their folder. In my Colab notebooks, I have stored my data set in their folder. Let me connect to my folder now. See here, when I connect, it will ask for the permission to connect my content with the folder now. Yes, connect to the Google Drive. We are doing the first step, that is cleaning of the data, the cleaning of the data. I'm connecting to the drive because I want to make use of the data sets here. I'm connecting to the drive. See here. Okay, now I have connected to the drive. Now you can see what is the first data set I'm using. I hope so. If you can see, can you please let me know what is the first data set I'm using here?
వెళ్ళలేదా నాన్న అప్పుడే హాలిడేసా
Dear participants, can you please let me know what is the first data set we are using here? Please be interactive. Please speak out. You can speak out. What is the data set we are using here? Cybersecurity attack.csv. Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Now we have two data sets in which we are using the first data set, cybersecurity attack.csv. Now, in which let us know how many rows and columns are there in this data set. If you look into this, we get to see there are nearly some. See here, 178031 values and 11 columns. Rows and columns are there. Rows 178031, columns are 11. Okay. Now let us look into the what are the column values here. What are the different column values? You can see here We have different columns like attack category, subcategory, protocol, source IP, source port, destination IP, port, attack name, attack reference, time. Okay, these are the different columns. Now let us retrieve the top values. I just want top 4 values here, any 4 values. Now see here, into this, you can see what is attack category, protocol, source IP, source port, destination IP, attack name. Okay, see here, attack reference. If you look into this attack reference, it is showing some CVE. What is the CVE? This is a website where you can find different types of vulnerabilities. Okay, every vulnerability is assigned a number. You can see the vulnerability, different vulnerability list here using this CVE website. Okay, there is for this vulnerability, Unix R service, there is a attack reference number assigned. And here you can see the starting time. What is the starting time? And this is the ending time. Starting time and ending time. Okay, starting time and ending time. You can see here. Okay, now let us do one thing. In the next step, we'll find exact time. See here, split. I am removing this hyphen symbol. I'm removing this hyphen symbol. I just want to split the starting time with the ending time to know the exact time. See here, start time, last time. I am finding the time. I'm splitting this minus hyphen symbol. Okay, such that you will get these details in detail. What is the start time? What is the last time? You can see here in detail. Now let me again say the columns. See here, these are few columns that are available. Now I see this. There is a column called as dot. I don't find it useful. Let me remove such useless columns, useless fields. Okay, because in the first process, in the first step, we are performing the data cleaning. What involves the data cleaning? Remove the unwanted fields like duplicate, remove the duplicates. If any are there, merge them. If any unwanted values you find, please remove them. Okay, that is, we are, see here, again, what is this? I am seeing what is this dot. We don't have, you don't have any usage of this dot. Let me remove this dot now. See here, drop the dot and time. And time, I don't need this time also because I have segregated this time. See here, start time, I have divided it to start time and last time. Now I don't need this time field also. That is why I'm removing this time field also. Okay, see here, I remove the dot. I don't want dot and remove the time because time already is being segregated into 2 fields again. Now after this, after performing this operation, you can see here start time. Time is removed here and we just dot is removed. We just have start time and the last time. Start time and the last time. Now let us look into how many rows and columns are there now. We have 178031 and 11. 178031 rows, 11 fields, 11 columns. Now, let us plot a matrix. I'm plotting 2 types of matrix here. One is the bar matrix and one is the bar graph. Okay, to show this, what are the different attacks happening, I'm plotting 2 types of figures here. One is a matrix and one is a bar graph. Look here. Using Metaplot, I am plotting this. You can see this is the first one is a matrix and the second one is a bar graph. Can you tell me what you have observed in the bar graph? Can anybody please tell me what you have observed in the bar graph? Can you please tell me what you have observed in the bar graph, please? Do you find any types of noise involved in this matrix? If so, in which category it is available? Can you let me know? Are you finding any sort of noise or disturbance or any sort of difference in this bar graph? Or you can look into matrix also, bar graph or matrix. Do you find any difference? If you find any difference, where are you finding the difference? Let me know, please. Do you find any difference between the attacks in the bar graph or matrix? Where the change is happening? Where are you seeing the change? Guys, can you please let me know? Do you find any change? Now, okay. Now, if you see here, attack subcategory, you have some fields here, right? You see some white lines here. This is telling that some data has been missing here in the attack subcategory. And again, attack reference. You see many lines here in the attack reference, right? In attack reference also you are seeing many lines. This is telling that there are something missing, something is fishy in this attack reference and attack subcategory. Now, let us look into this bar chart now. In the bar chart also you can see on the top here, okay, 17 attack subcategory, the second one, some data is missing. If you see here, the attack reference, you can see on the top it is missing. Much data is missing in the attack reference. Much data is missing in the attack reference here. Okay. Now what we will do? Let us look into these two detailing in detail. Okay. Now let me see how many values are there. See here. What are the different values missing? In attack subcategory, how many values are missing? Yes, very good. Yes. In attack subcategory, 4192 is missing. 4192 values are missing. In attack reference, around 51,745 values are missing. It is very huge. Now, let me do one thing. I don't want to involve such things in my final data. That is why I will try to filter these things. Okay, I will try to filter these things. That is what, see here, I'm making it biased now, unbiased. See here, I'm making it 0. I'm making it 0. See here. Now, if you see here, I have removed that. I have removed the subcategory fields. Now you can see the subcategory became 0. The subcategory became 0. Okay. Now let us look into values. See here, after removal, how many values I have? 51745 values I have, and 11 columns I have. After removing these things, these are the total amount I have. Now let us see what are the duplicated values. How many duplicated values? 6 values have been duplicated here. Okay, and in the 11 column, 6 values have been duplicated. Now let me drop some rows now. Again, on what basis I am dropping? If the duplicate values are there, I am dropping the particular rows here. Okay, now here we will see what are the different duplicated values we have here. See here, we have, these are the different values we have in common. Okay, and the duplicated values are being removed. And if we know here, if we generally speak about the ports in the computer networks, the port range will be from 0 to 65535. This is the port range. Okay, now the next thing that I want to do is, in the data that I have got, there are some ports which are more than this value, or there are some negative ports also. Means your data is not perfect. First thing you are doing now is you are cleaning your data. We are making sure that your data is good, such that for the next further analysis, you are making it ready. That is what I am doing now. The port range should be in between 0 to 65535. You have to remove the unwanted ports. Unwanted ports in the sense, port range above 65535, or the ports which are in the negative range. I will remove such ports. Now I am checking with this condition. So here, source port less than 0, remove, and greater than 65535. I'm getting such ports invalid. See here. Yes, I have some ports here. I have got some ports. I have got some ports which are more than 65535, or which are in the negative values. I have got such ports here. See here. What is the port value? 67520. It is more than 65535. It is more than 65535. More than 65535. 0. No, it is not acceptable. Okay. Such ports also, such values also should be removed. Such rows also should be removed now. We have got some rows. Such rows also should be removed. That is what in the next step I am performing. Remove the duplicate ports if any. Remove the duplicate ports and if any. Now, what is the total value you have? After cleaning this data, you have 1,74,341 rows and 11 columns. Now, let us print. Let us know what are the different protocols used here for analyzing purpose, and what are the different categories, attack categories that can be helpful. Now see here, we have nearly some 131 protocols that can be used for performing this types of analysis. And what are the different attack categories we have? We have some 14 different attack categories we have. These are, if you see this array, it is displaying array TCP, UDP. Again, capital TCP, UDP, OSPF, SCTP, SCP, mobile. Okay, I see this as some duplication is here because it is typed here in small letters, it is typed here in the capital, only one letter in capital. I want to remove such duplication. Okay, I want to remove such duplication again. Now what I will do, see here, I will just filter the unique values and remove these duplicate values. Okay, such that you can get only one value. TCP, only one TCP will be getting, one UDP it may be getting. Either it may be no need of case sensitiveness here. Okay, you will get either TCP, capital TCP or small TCP, capital UDP or small UDP. You get only one value here. That is why I am performing the unique value again here. Now I just want to see what are the different types of attack categories. Okay, if you just run this attack category, you can get to see few attack categories like reconnaissance, exploit, DOS, generic shellcode. In these attack categories, also some duplications are present. If you see this reconnaissance, this is being replicated for 3 times. See here, reconnaissance, 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 3 times. Okay, but the difference here is you have front and back spaces here. You have only the back space here. Now, such things also should be removed now. And here, if you see exploits, okay, the exploits is fine. DOS, generic, shell code. Okay, see here, backdoor. This backdoor is singular. Here, backdoor is plural. Backdoors. No, these both are one actually. Such values also should be removed and cleaned. Okay, now see here, for the purpose, what I'm doing here, protocol. First, I'm doing here, I'm letting the protocol, it may be a small or capital, I'm converting all into the uppercase. See here, protocol, I'm defining the protocol, I'm defining the protocol into uppercase. That is the first step. Now, the second thing, the attack category, what I'm doing, see here, I'm stripping the values, I'm changing all this attack category into uppercase again, and strip the values. I am replacing the backdoors by backdoor. No singular plural here. All are one. Backdoor, backdoors, both are one. Okay, that is what I'm doing in the next step for cleaning the data. Now you have cleaned the data. You have got the final data. Okay, see here, all the protocol names are being in the uppercase now. All the protocol names are in the uppercase now. It is being changed. Okay. Participants, please let me know. Are you understanding this stuff? Please let me know. Please let me know whether are you understanding this part, such that I can proceed further. Okay, this is one sample scenario that I'm showing only. You can take many such data sets and many such case studies, and you can explore much more in this field. Okay, now let me continue. Thank you for your response. Right. Okay, now let me continue again. Now see here, we have got some data after removal. After removal, now what are the values we have? We have 1,74,341 rows and 11 columns we have. Okay, now in this also, let me print now total. What are the total number of unique protocols and unique categories? Total number of unique protocols I have 129, and total number of attack categories from 13, it is being reduced to 9. From 13, the attack categories are reduced to 9 now. Okay, now let us look into one more field here. The one more field I'll be looking here is attack reference. Attack reference. Okay, sometimes the attack reference also may not be proper. See here, attack reference. Let me run this field. Attack reference. It will be printing different attack references that are null. See here, NAN. Many references are in null state. Okay, null state in the sense the attack value for the particular, it is not found. Let me say some attack happened, OSPF attack. For this attack, there is no reference here. Attack number is not found in the CVE directory. Attack number is not found in the CVE directory. Now what we will do, we will remove such things also. Okay, now see here, is null, value count. Now let us run this. Let us see how many attack reference values are not there for fuzzers. Okay, see here, for fuzzers, 29,649 attack values are not there, not present in the given data set. For the reconnaissance, nearly some 18,149 values are missing. Analysis 1600 values are missing. Shell code 700 plus values are missing. You can see these n number of values are missing. Okay, now let me print what are the total values of this reconnaissance? This is the total number of values. This is the total number of value. Totally how many out of 33,638 fuzzers, 29,649 fuzzers values are missing. Can you calculate the percentage, please? Can anybody calculate the percentage and let me know? 33 out of 33,638 fuzzers, 29,649 are missing. Out of reconnaissance, 20,36 values, 18,000 values are missing. Right? Can you see? Can you calculate these things once? If you calculate, what is the ratio of 33,638 to 29,000? Nearly 90% data is missing. 90% plus data is missing. Now, let us look in the calculate the percentage here. See here, percentage of missing values in the attack reference. In the reconnaissance, you can see the missing values per category. 90% of data is missing. Fuzzers, 88% of the data is missing. Analysis, 85% of the data is missing. Okay, see here, how much data is missing in every field. Now, can you say this is the accurate data set? We can't tell it is a perfect data set because we find many missing values here. Right? You see in the percentage, the attack category and attack reference, there are many missing values. Now, let me take one more data set here, TCP ports data set, and let me see on which ports, on which IP addresses the attack is been happening. Okay. See here, I'm just reading the data set, and I'm see here service. What is the service? I'm getting different types of services we have, like daytime, echo. These are the port values. For example, what is the port number of HTTP? HTTP has some 80 port value, FTP some 22, 23 port number. Every port, every operation, every functionality has some port number. Here I'm printing some port numbers like this. Okay, if you want to see, let me say some 100. You can see some 100 values, 100 port values here. Okay, let me say some 80. You can see few port values here again. 80 is for HTTP. Okay, see here. Like this, you can see some port values again here. Now, what I will do, I am merging this port and service values with this data set, previous data set, because here you can see source port value 065535. Okay, now let me merge this. Let me merge this cyber security attack with this TCP ports. This is what I'm doing next. See here. Dimension before merging. I'm just calculating what are the dimensions. We have 11 fields and 17434 rows. Okay. Now after merging, I have two more fields extra, two more columns extra. See here, I have got two more columns extra. That is this column. I have got two columns extra. Can you tell me what are the two columns extra I have got? See here, destination port service. Here is the port service. This column I have got extra, and destination IP value, IP and port value. These are the two ports that I have got extra. Okay, now see here. I'm looking into the attack category now. Unique attack categories. Totally, I get to see some 9 unique attack categories. Now I'm trying to analyze in these attack categories what are the values. Okay. Now I am performing the percentage. I am calculating the percentage. In fuzzers, we have 19% of attack category, exploit 39%, DOS 14% of attack category. Now let me plot a figure using these things. Okay, based on the attack category and attack reference. You can see here, I'm plotting a bar graph. Based on the attack category, you can see what is the count of every attack. On the x-axis, you can see what is the count of every attack. of the attack category. Okay, now based on this, I will plot one more frame. See here, I'm drawing a frame for the attack category. Now, let me draw a pie chart to explain you clearly what are the different types of attacks again. Here we're going to see exploits, versus DOS attacks. Okay, this is a pie chart that is representing different types of attacks. Now, let us go for the next part. That is, I just want to see how many, now to analyze attacks with date and time, at which time the attack happened. Okay, either it happened in the odd hours or it happened in the even hours, or what is the exact time and why. We have to analyze why the particular attack happened in the particular time also. That is what we are doing next. Let us start with the start time. We have already extracted the start time. We have got many start times. Okay, now see here. I'm finding the duration, exact duration. How can you find the exact duration? Last time minus start time will give you the exact duration. Based on that exact duration, I'm retrieving few values here in this table. If you see here, the duration, start time minus last time, I have got some time here. Now, based on this, I will split the data again. See here, start time. Based on this, I'm splitting the data. Now, you can have the new data with the source port with the duration. See here, this is the duration. Now, if you observe here, the count mean standard minimum value, 25 percentile, 50 percentile, 75 percentile maximum values. The source port and destination values are same here. That is fine. But here it is around 15K. But here the destination port is around only 1K. That is, you have to see here, if you see here in the source port, we observe that the attack is happening in the higher ports. But in the destination port, if you observe, attack is happening in the lowest port. Similarly here, 21K, here it is 7K. There is huge difference. Here it is 31K, here it is 80, just 80. Okay, we have to now see whether the attack is happening in the lower ports or the attack is happening in the higher ports. Okay, attack is happening in the lower port or attack is happening in the higher ports. For this, we will be performing the hypothesis testing. To perform this hypothesis testing, we have two scenarios. First thing, we call it as a null hypothesis, where we just check with the equalities of the data. And the second thing, we call it as an alternative hypothesis. Okay, if the values are equal in the null hypothesis, we reject if the mu1 is equal to mu2 and the difference is significant. And here in the alternate hypothesis, if the values are not equal, we take the difference is not significant and we conclude the values. Okay, now see here, okay, it is actually a big topic. We have to go through what is a chi-square test, what is a t-test, what is a hypothetical test. Okay, once you start preparing for the machine learning types and machine learning algorithms, you get to learn these things very easily. Explain in detail this part. Okay, let us look into the hypothetical testing results. Now you can see here the test value is 0.0. See here, as it is 0.0, that is here if you get the value, minimum of value 0.05. Okay, your value, all-time value should be 0.05. But here the value you have got as a t-test value is 0. That is what you are rejecting it. You are not going with it. See here, we can reject the null hypothesis because equality of the means here, what is meant by equal? If the equal confirm observed differently statistically significant, we reject the null hypothesis. We should not get as a equal. We should not get as a 0.0. That is why we reject this null hypothesis. Okay, and again we perform a method here called as a Pearson method. Okay, again we are looking for some source port and destination port values. If you see here in the source port, you are getting some negative values also here. Okay, no, this is not the proper thing. That is why we are performing some correlation method called as a Spearman method also. Yes, you can see here the Spearman method is producing the positive results. Okay, now I just want to look out the dummy values from the attack category and I will plot a figure. I will plot a figure here looking into the what are the different types of port addresses, hypothetical testing values. You can look here it has given me different values. You can see the red part here. Okay, this is producing all the values as one. Now let me plot Pearson Spearman values also, Spearman method values also. Yes, I have got the Spearman values also. Now what I can infer from this is, let me plot a diagram again based on these values. Let me plot a diagram. If you see this graph, you can easily understand in which attack category the many attacks are happening, such that we can prevent from that attack. Okay, I am plotting that. I'm easily plotting that in which attack category many attacks are happening. You can see here. It is taking time. Give me a minute. We just want to analyze now in which we have different types of attack categories, right? Diverse, versus generic, reconnaissance, shell code, worm. In which attack category? In which attack category many attacks are happening? We are plotting right now. After plotting this, you can see here in this on the right side, if it is one, there is a much higher attacks happening in this red field. Okay, whereas if you see green here, there are many lower attacks. Doesn't affect much. Okay, that is what, for the clear understanding, I am plotting one more graph to show you where the attack is happening, in which category the attack is happening. Okay, it is taking some time. Please give me a moment. Yes. Now you can see these graphs. Okay, I have plotted few graphs based on the duration, port, destination port, and source port. Now, if you observe here, in the duration, see here, in the duration, consider the y-axis as the duration. Consider the y-axis is the duration. Can you see here? Consider y-axis in the duration. Now, if you see here, can you tell me in which part the attacks is happening much? In which port number the attack is happening? In which port number the attack is happening? Whether it is in the higher ports or lower ports. From 0 to 2,000, see here, from 0 to 20,000, many attacks are happening. From 0 to 20,000, many attacks are happening. From 20 to 60,000, if you see here, the attacks are being very lesser, right? Attacks are decreased from 20,000 to 60,000, whereas the attacks are huge in between 0 to 20,000. Yes, very good. Lower ports, very good, Priya. Lower ports attacks are been very happening. Okay, now let us look into these things in detail again. We have to look into this detail. Just by looking it, you can't say, right, let me explore this much more. Now see here, I will find in which destination IPs the attacks are happening. Yes, I have got few destination IPs where the attacks are happening. Now let us look into these destination IPs now. Let us look into this destination IPs. I am plotting the values. I am considering one destination IP, 149, 170. I am plotting here now. See here, destination IP one, this one, starting time. Now you can see here clearly. Can you see here? Can you see here? In which ports it is happening? And what is the destination port? See here? Yeah, it is being happened in 0 to this part, and also within the date. You can see the dates also, in which dates it happened significantly. It happened before the 25th 1, 25 1 2015, 25 1 2015, and it happened more on 17 to 2015 also. Okay, here we have seen it happened in the lower port. Now we are going to see what is the time, what is the date in which it is happening. Okay, here you can just see it happened, the attacks happened on 25th 1 2015 and 17 to 2015. Now let us be more specific here. On this particular date, is there any attack category? Let me look into it. See here, I'm still enhancing this data. I want to just look into it much more in detail. That is what I'm doing here. See here, I'm considering this part, and I'm clearly want to see for this, what is the destination port, what is the IP, what is the month, date, and year. See here, you can clearly see here. Can you observe here? In between 12:22:1 and 14:22:1. Okay, the attacks are been happening much. Maximum attack happened. Okay, and you can see one more thing here. You can see the x-axis. There are many attacks are happening in the lesser ports. Many happening at the lesser ports. Right, many attacks are happening at the lesser ports. Now, what we have to do? We have to. I hope so. Everybody know about this meme. You have to zoom it. Zoom it. You have to zoom it much more. Okay, you have to zoom it much more. Now I have zoomed this much more. Now I have zoomed the particular data much more here. Now you can see here clearly that the attacks are happening in the lower ports. See here, you can see in the lower ports, in between the dates, in between the starting times also, you can see here. Now, okay, based on this, now I will calculate how many IP addresses on the 8 IP addresses and 4 attackers. See here. Let me plot it now. See here. Different types of attacks you can see here. On the zeroth, on the x-axis, on the zeroth port, you can see generic attacks, and you can see the pink one, that is different exploits. This pink one, it is happening in most probably in all the ports. In all the ports, this pink is happening. Right? You can classify the attacks based on this visualization. Now that we have completed the visualization, we have got to see in which port it is happening. Now let us see what is the duration it is happening, when it is happening, whether it is happening in the odd hours or it is happening in the even hours. Let us see that. Now you see here 0 to 10,000, 60,000. These are the port values, and you can see 0 to 60 time. What is the time it is happening? 0 to 60. Now I can see many attacks that is happening in between this 0 to 10,000 ports only. 0 to 10,000 ports only. Now let me make you more specific. Let me draw a violin plot. Let me draw a violin plot such that you can easily tell me in which attack vector many attacks are happening. Yeah, you can see here, this is a violin plot. Okay, see here, recognize you have got something like this. LS1, yes, shell code. Yeah, yes, can you infer from this chart in which attack category many attacks are happening? Can you please infer from this? Can you please infer from this? In which attack category many attacks are happening? There is a small difference between all this representation. In which attack category it is happening? In which attack category many attacks are happening? Worms and shell code. Yes, sir. Very good. Very good. Worms and shell code. You can see here the shell code. It is a very flat. Right. Two things are being covered here. See here, worms and shell code. Worms and shell code. You can see worms and shell code is quite different from the other patterns. Okay, this is how you can recognize the pattern also. This recognize the pattern. Now let me generate a heat map. Let me generate a heat map that clearly explains and plots the data. Give me a minute. In which time it is happening, whether it is happening in the here, at what time it is happening. Many attacks are happening at what time? You can see here at 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock. Okay, many attacks are happening at 11 o'clock. Why? Maybe it is some break time for them, or at that time no one are working on the systems, or it is a backup time. There may be many reasons. There may be many reasons for this. Okay, now let us plot this. See here, I'm plotting what is the starting time, ending time here, and again here I'm plotting the attack name, at what time a particular attack is happening. Let me show you here the form of a figure. Yeah, if you observe this figure, there are some different color coding. You can see here. See here. Can you see this analysis part? Can you see this analysis part? In which attack category you can't see any color?
Can you tell me? See here, almost it is dissolved. We can see here, almost these two attack categories are dissolved. Which attack categories are dissolved here? I can see something in the analysis, something in the analysis part, a light green color, in the backdoor, light blue color, and different patterns I can see. And in two attack categories, I can see that is being completely dissolved. Can you please let me know? In which attack category it is completely dissolved? In which attack category it is being completely dissolved? Shell code worm, yes. In the shell code, yes. In the shell code in worm category, you can see the color coding here. It is completely dissolved. Now in the right side, you can see this bar. This bar tells, see here, at 8,000, many number of attacks are happening. At 8,000 and more, many number of attacks are happening. Can you see from this figure, where are this light orange color? Where is this light orange? This is happening. Light orange color and more. You can see here at 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock. Okay. At see here at 1 o'clock you can see it is in between 6,000 and 8,000. It is in between 6,000 8,000. Few attacks are happening between one at in between 1 a.m. and in between after 11, that is in between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. In between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. few attacks are happening. Okay, by this we can infer easily at what time the attack is happening and how many attacks are happening and what type of attack is happening. If you observe clearly here, shell code and worm attack are happening. Okay, and at which time it is happening? Many attacks are happening at 11 p.m. Sorry, 11 a.m. and in between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. and in between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. Maybe you are sleeping in between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. At that time, many attacks are happening. See here, in between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., it is completely white. Many attacks are happening in between 3 and 5 p.m., 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. It's completely white. You can see here, it is completely white. There is many attacks are happening in between this 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. because maybe you are not, nobody are not in the, nobody are there in the night shift, or maybe you are doing backup at that time. Okay, to interrupt the backup, some third party, some attacker is trying to hack the data in the backup time. Yes, this also may happen. That is why you can see these two color patterns as the white part. Okay, this is how you have to infer. Now again one more I am generating one more heat map for percentage of attacks per hour. Now see here how many attacks are happening per hour. Per hour calculation also can be done. Now see here, the white patch on the top, you can see at 1 a.m. many attacks are happening using the back door. Many attacks are happening in the back door. Okay, many attacks are happening in the back door. You can see clearly it is a white part. There is a white patch here. I think so. You can see here at 1 a.m. What is the attack vector here? Back door. It is a back door. In back door at 1 a.m. many attacks are happening. Like this, you can calculate the number of percentage of attacks also that are happening. Okay, and let me calculate the what are percentage of attacks per hour that is happening on the IP address. Now see here, I have taken some IP addresses, right? Some 9 IP addresses I have taken. For these nine IP addresses, you can see percentage of attacks that are happening per hour. You can see percentage of IP address attacks that are happening per hour. I can calculate this also. I can calculate different times. Okay, now let me generate a heat map. See here, number of attacks per IP and attack type also I'm mentioning here. Analysis type. Now if you clearly observe here, DOS attack is being done on port 149, 171, 126, 17. You can see this white patch over here, which is very dangerous. That is, it is taking nearly 40 percentage of attacks. 40 percentage of attacks are of DOS attacks that are happening in the IP address 149.171.126.17. Like this, you can see many types of attacks based on the IP address and the number, time, and percentage also. Okay. Now, let me finally see how many attackers are attacking it. Okay, give me a minute. How many attackers? Yes, I'm plotting a graph here to let you know how many destination ports are there, how many attackers are there. We have clearly inferred that we have some 9 destination IP addresses. How many attackers are there now? We can see here 4 attackers are there. By this you can see clearly 4 attackers are there. Let me show you. See here, I have got 4 attackers. I have got 4 attackers. Here the 4 attackers who are working on 9 different systems. See here, we have plotted this thing also. We have plotted the attack category. We have plotted the attack category for different IP addresses. For different IP addresses, nearly 4 attackers. See here, attacker IP address. We have this attacker IP address followed by the port addresses also. Okay, you can see clearly here by these figures, exploits and shellcode are being attacked much more when compared to others. Exploits and shellcode are attacked in all the IP addresses. In all the IP addresses, exploits and shellcode are the topmost attack category that is being attacked. Okay, by looking into such things, you can easily find out the final part. Now see here, these are the destination ports. Now let me give you the final result showing how many attack categories are there. See here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have nearly, see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have got 8 types of different destination port addresses. 4 attackers are hacking or attacking on 8 systems, on 8 IP addresses. On the attacks of, they are using the same common attack. Common attack they are using is exploit and shellcode. You can infer by figure that exploit and shellcode are many when compared to other, right? You can see here exploits and shellcode are the top attacks when compared to the other attacks. That is, exploits and shellcodes are being used vastly when compared to the other attacks in all the 8 systems, 8 IP addresses that we are looking for. Okay, guys, this is how you can perform the visualization and you can make use of the machine learning algorithm for detection of the cyber attacks in any enterprise also. Guys, are you with me? Please let me know. Am I audible? Can you please let me know whether I am audible?
Sir, your voice is okay, sir.
Yeah. Can you see my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Presentation is also.
Okay. Now let me conclude it. You can see here. ML is definitely not a silver bullet as said if you want to protect your systems, but there are many issues with the interpretability. For example, if you say many deep learning algorithms, if you take, on the other hand, with the growing amount of data and decreasing number of experts, ML is the only remedy now. It works now and will be mandatory soon. It is better to start right now. But you have to keep in mind that attackers are also starting using this ML in their attacks. If you're just trying to poke and see where the loopholes are there in the system, that's a great problem for a computer because it's like a test, iterate and test. What did I learn? What did I learn? Figure out continuously, modify and try again. And so finding a hole in your system is a machine learning. It is a AI problem. That is, so a lot of type of social dynamics is being deployed to insert different traditional malware. The only way to fight that is going to be with machine learning. overall technology, we can't decide only as a good or as a bad, as a minds that are using it. But it is imperative to combine the best technology and process with the industry experts to be able to detect and respond to the cyber threats accurately and very rapidly. And using these ML models are better, and the performance can also be increased with the time. By this, I conclude my session. Dear participants, if you have any doubts, you can ask, please. Thank you. Let me know if you have any doubts such that you can have them, and let me know how the session was. If you have any doubts regarding, you can please ask me. I know in some places I was a little bit faster because of the time consideration. I must be faster. I don't have any other option.
Dear participants, if you have any queries, you can.
Yeah, sir, I have got a question here. Let me.
Excellent
What are
information.
what are public auditing cloud security protocol aware? Sir, there is no one unique protocol or unique framework or unique technique. That is, there is no overall technique or overall framework. Okay. But when you see in the cloud, we make use of the different privacy preserving conditions. Okay. And we need to have many policies for this. When you speak about cloud, when this big data gets interacted with the cloud, we have a new protocols for big data privacy. Okay, let me say if I am using Hadoop, it makes use of the four components like HDFS, Yarn, MapReduce, and some libraries, commoner libraries. Okay, for individual thing, I have to use individual protocol. For security, there is no such unique protocol. Nowadays, that is why the ensemble techniques, sorry, Vidya Lakshmi ma'am asked this, the ensemble techniques are becoming very famous because of this thing. Okay, the hybrid algorithms, we are combining one algorithm with other algorithms such that it can perform much better. It can give the complete security. That is, we can't say there is one security protocol for this, madam. Okay, you have to make sure that you have to combine many things. Yeah, participants, let me know if you have any other questions, please. But ma'am, I can say that, Jalakshmi ma'am, I can say that although there are no protocols available, we can make use of the different classifiers in the ML. And if you see, we can use the signatures like BLS signature and AB protocol for predicting this audit clouding also. Those are the basic ones. Okay, we have AB protocol, BLS signature for the basic use of the cloud security. And we know that ID-based cryptography also can be used when you use the cryptography part, not the security part. Okay. Ma'am, Lakshmi ma'am, I hope question. Let me know if you have any queries, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Any more queries, please?
Yeah, participants, let me know if you have any other queries. Okay, ma'am. If there are any queries, can I take the lead, please?
1 second, sir. Um,
Dear participants, if you have any queries now or later also, you can mail me. Okay, I'll be responding to your mails or messages. be in touch. Thank you, dear participants, for patiently listening to me. And thank you, dear coordinators of MLRIT, for conducting such a valuable session for the beneficial of the faculty. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
1 second, sir. Participants, I request you to please switch on your camera so that we can take the screenshot with our resource person. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and expertise today. Your session was so empowering to all of us, sir. We look forward to have more sessions with you in the future. Thank you once again. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Participants, I request please switch on the camera.
I have a question from Vidya Lakshmi. Vidya Lakshmi, ma'am, you can download the auditing data sets also from we have UAC website of machine learning. You can download from UAC website or Kaggle website or GitHub. But if you want to have real-time data sets, you have to approach any organization. But most probably the organization will not share such information with us because it involves many sensitive data. That is a problem. But for the dummy data and all, you can get from the Kaggle or UCI. Okay, these websites. Yes, ma'am.
Once again, I request all to switch on your camera, please. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, participants, for joining. So we'll meet in the afternoon session at 2 p.m.
Thank you all. Bye.
Feedback and attendance link were in the chat box. You can go through that. If you have any queries, you can mail to the cscfdp@mlrit.ac.in. Thank you all. Now the session was ended. You can leave. హాయ్ ఇప్పుడు వస్తుంది కదా
Hello, am I audible? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Hello. Can you hear me, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Day 5 online faculty development program on machine learning in big data applications and security challenges. Now, I request Mrs. Vedavidya to give brief introduction about today's resource person.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Vidya, Assistant Professor from MLRIT. I'm right here to introduce Dr. Bharat Kumar, today's speaker. Dr. Bharat Kumar is an Associate Professor from IIT Tirupati. He had done his PhD from Central University of Hyderabad. His areas of interest is in social political philosophy and contemporary Indian thought. So let us see some of the paper publications what he have done. Thinking Across Traditions in Philosophy and Global Affairs in December 2022. Sociology and Scientific Knowledge in Guwahati University Journal of Philosophy. Moral Psychology of Nationalism, the Journal of Indian Council of Philosophical Research. Next paper was Citizen and Radical Multiculturalism, Journal of Indian Council of Philosophy Research in 2009. So let us see the recent academic activities, what he have done. He have coordinated in Jain course across environmental ethics, challenges and political from 5th to 27th March 2022 with Professor Monica of VU University, Amsterdam was the foreign expert for the course. And he had coordinated as a Jain course the Advaita Vedanta tradition and the possibilities for the Hindu theology of libertization from 25th to 29th April 2022 with Professor Anantanath Ram Bachchan of Aleph College in USA with a lead faculty in conducting the courses. So these are the areas of interest what we have done. So let us welcome Dr. Bharat Kumar for today session. Welcoming you, sir.
Thank you so much for that. Frankly, I mean, it's a little embarrassing. I mean, of course, I know I'm talking to academic fraternity, and then we all do the same thing, a bit of research, a little teaching, and of course, a lot of administration. Yeah, I really thank the organizers for asking me to be here with this esteemed crowd. Yeah, I am Bharat, as it was told. I teach ethics, etc. courses at IIT Tirupati. As of now, before joining this place, I was at IIT Indore for close to 9 years. And of course, I'm here to sort of lead the discussion on professional ethics or ethics in profession. Of course, I know this is a very technical FDP, and this session is supposed to be dedicated to some kind of a general topic. Organizers were asking whether stress management would do, but I thought really we can do something else. So we'll see as it goes. I mean, I thought we'll start talking about ethics. I mean, generally, what is ethics and what do we mean by ethics, and dwell a bit on professions and some aspects of professional ethics, and of course, ethics in research, which is very, very paramount given our professional need and, of course, our aspirations. And probably we'll discuss something different, radical, probably towards the end of the class. I mean, I have a proposal to discuss a thinker called Friedrich Nietzsche. So probably if things go all right, then this is the plan for the next, say, 2 hours. And I request the participants to kindly interrupt, raise questions, seek elaborations or clarifications, or I mean, we can think together about some of these issues. So is it all right? So am I audible? Am I visible? So in fact, I might switch off my video after a point. I'm joining from my place, so I'm not very sure how long I mean some of this thing. So after a point, I might switch off my camera as well. I mean, if you want, I can come on with no problem. But so I mean, just I hope. I mean, what is the mix like? What is the crowd? Is it all CSE or a mix of all? What is the? All of you are from different parts of the country. What is the crowd like?
Sir, it's mix of all
It is mix of all the departments. We have mechanical, aero, and all the departments we have here.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Thanks. So by any an engineer, of course, I have been in so-called IIT system for, say, you can say. So I keep teaching BTechs, of course, MTech and PhDs. So that's my forte. So now, and we'll see how we go. And kindly feel, if depending on your interest, we can go. Or if you think this won't make sense, meaningful, and so let us spend some meaningful time as much as possible. So with these, with this intro, I would like to sort of okay, we'll just can you see? Is it fine? Is it working?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm just reading a tweet by the former president of USA. So what it tweeted during the peak of COVID-19 was, we cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself. At the end of 15-day period, we'll make a decision as to which way we want to go. So can anybody tell us, so what is that he's intending to do here? Why did he? And what is he saying here? He's talking about lockdown. He seems to be really arguing against the solution of that day, that is imposing a complete lockdown and thereby bringing economy to the halt. So we cannot have a solution worse than the cure. That's what worse than the problem. I mean to say, it cannot be a cure. It is a kind of it is going to aggravate. It's going to increase the problem. I mean, more problem. For us. So something like that. Is it fine? Have you seen some of anything of this sort during that period? Why is he saying that? Is it right to talk like this when actually people were really concerned? People have to maintain social distancing, and that is the only way we protect. And somebody is really saying, no, this is going to really increase the problem, create more problems. Our solutions are going to be worse than the real problems. What we have that. So, do you think it was making sense? So, from where he's coming? See, at present, I am trying to introduce a bit of what is ethics. When we say what is ethics, what is right, wrong, as we understand as something as good and bad. You may wonder, oh, these are all very simplistic issues or simple issues. I mean, these are too naive to be discussed in an academic setting. Probably that may not be the case. The more we think, the more we reflect, the deeper we go, there are many dilemmas. We face many situations where we really don't get clarity, or and we really, it's sometimes very difficult to arrive at a decision. So with that background, we are trying to really understand some basics of ethics. So if these are too fundamental, kindly bear with me, because it's very important. And what I am trying to do here is just to introduce a couple of ethical theories. There are more, but I just thought these two are good enough as representative samples, as an example of how ethical theories try to understand the questions of right and wrong. Of course, we all intuitively grasp what is the sense of right and what is the sense of wrong. We all know it, is it not? Is it the case that we need to be taught, particularly to teaching community, academic community, I mean, which is supposed to be enlightened? You know, you read a lot. I mean, we're all original thinkers, supposed to really knowing many things of the world. Of course, we are too good to distinguish the sense of right and wrong. So, okay, coming back to the tweet, actually, he seems to be telling, I mean, economic issues are more important than than this corona. What is actually, I mean, in the background of already there was a lockdown, and we did go through that period, and now we further keep everybody inside their domestic spaces. I mean, economy is going. So even if there is some damage done to the people who are on streets, it's okay. It is fine. I am ready to lose some amount of my population for the larger good of the country. He seems to be really saying something like that. Is it making sense or not? Please, I would appreciate any responses. Is it okay? Somebody is saying it is fine. Even if I lose some people, it is okay. But the larger good, the larger benefits, what we get, that is very important. I mean, why? I mean, another example, we fight wars, yes or no? Nations fight wars. And of course, in the process, we lose soldiers, some of our men and women. But then we are okay with it. We don't consider it as something wrong, because we believe that we are getting something, a larger good. I mean, more benefit is coming to more number of people. Is it fine? Is it fine? Otherwise, all wars will be unethical, no? In fact, I mean, if you kill somebody in a civilian context, you become a murderer, yes or no? If I go and slap somebody, there will be an IPC on me. But in a war situation, if X from particular army goes and kills Mr. Z from an opponent or enemy's army, I mean, the more number of people he kills, in fact, we consider him as as a brave person, or some, or we in fact, I mean, we praise their courage, and in fact, we have gallantry awards, etc., etc. Yes or no? So basically, I am trying to tell there are situations where we are ready to lose something for the larger good. This is also considered, or this is a very typically right according to one perspective, one way of thinking about ethics. I mean, is it fine? Is it okay? I mean, have I lost you already? Anybody, please? See, I'm not seeing your chats and all. You should really talk. you want to interact with me, please. Okay, I'll just come back to that again. Now, I'm sure many of you must be knowing this example. This is a classical example called trolley problem. I mean, many of you are mechanical engineers. That I was told. Imagine a trolley is coming on the tracks, and somehow there are, say, 5 people on one track, and there is only one person on another track, and the trolley lost control. It is not able to really, limit its speed. And you are placed at a strategic location with a lever in your hand through which you can really change the direction of the trolley, to which direction it has to move. Now, you see one person on one track and 5 people on one track. Now, you are the person who can take a decision, or rather who has to take a decision to really allow the trolley, which is really not, which lost control, or which is not on brakes actually. Now, what would you do as an engineer, as a person, as a citizen? What would be your thought process? Any responses here? What would you think? You want to kill one or kill 5 or injure? What would be your response? Anybody? Hello? I want to hear somebody speak. Hello? I'm requesting you to spell out, if you are in charge of that lever and the trolley is just coming on to person A, or 5 people on the other track, what would be your decision? Hey, if you want, no, there is no problem. If you don't want to talk, no problem. And you tell me so I can go on, because it is a little weird talking to the screen, but we are so used to it, isn't it? Thanks to Corona, we are all used to talking to screens. So that's not a problem. But if you want to interact, then I would be conscious of that as well. So if nobody wants to talk, then no problem. I'll keep going, and yeah. So the basic point here is, naturally people may think, okay, 1 is a lesser number than 5, so better to really release that, ensure that trolley goes onto the one person who is on the track. But then, what if that person is your friend? What if that person is related to you? What if that person is a very important person? VIP, a prime minister, a president of a big place like India, suppose. We will think the same way. This is one small example of how there are gray areas. There can be situations where ethics, ethics, when I say, is thinking about what is to be done as right and wrong, can really create dilemmas. So ethical dilemmas occur when there is some bit of a confusion in our, when we face these situations. So here, if you really, then you are conflicted. What if that person is related to you, or there's a conflict of interest? No, will you still think that one person is one life is, can be really foregone, like Donald Trump thought? Donald Trump was thinking, okay, let some people die, doesn't matter, but I need to really save the economy of the country. So these two are actually related in a way. So this is a small example, again, just to showcase to you that how ethical situations always are not having obvious answers. It is not that every time you get clarity just with instinctively. You need to really think about it. Okay, is it fine? Is it okay? Is it making sense? So this thinking that I am ready to sacrifice one or few for the larger sake of the country, like that war situation I told, we are ready to lose some soldiers for the larger good of the country. This sort of a thinking in ethics is called utilitarianism, meaning our thinking, our decisions and actions should promote greater number of people. It should maximize it. I mean, when we do something, when we take a decision, if that action or decision is going to create more happiness for more number of people, that means a larger benefit is coming to more number of people, it may be considered as a right. So that's why Donald Trump's tweet is not unethical, but it might be really confusing a bit in a way. So basically, you are looking at the harm. I mean, today, so much of recession is going on. Companies are firing employees. So utilitarianism is the sense of right to life or sense of dignity. Yes, of probably even that. I mean, this sort of things can be really drawn from this sort of an understanding. Is it? I'm trying to bring what I want to bring to your notice. There may be multiple right answers. Please note this. Having said that, it is not that everything goes. It is not the case. There is when we look for one decision making in professions, I just want to work as if it is your duty. Okay. In fact, Immanuel Kant, this German philosopher, says, what he's telling, I want to just quote this rule called golden rule. Act in as you expect others, do to others what you would expect others to do to you given the same situation. Is it fine? You do to others as you expect the others to do to you given the same situation. So in this regard, you met an accident, you are lying on road, and then of course you bled and you're feeling thirsty and your bitter enemy is passing by, and then you would expect your bitter enemy to take care of. So here the person who is actually trying to help, thinking that tomorrow if he's lying on road like this, he would be really expecting some help like coming through his. Two theories in ethics. One is utilitarianism, which focuses on consequences, only consequences. Only I want publications. It doesn't matter if I publish, if I compromise, but I want to up my numbers, okay? Or even I don't worry about the quality of publications. That's what I want to say. Again, let me tell you. In fact, somebody, of course, in today's world, every education institution, we are all worried about, say, politicals in such a way. Idea of when the idea of this critical understanding, health and all these are very important. And we have autonomy as well as a professional. If you're asked to really certify that something is, quality check, you are supposed to act as a professional. You are not supposed to be for whatever weakness of will or money or peer pressure or any conflict of interest. These things are not supposed to really come into play. And all because it should not honesty, trustworthiness, transparency, accountability, confidentiality, objectivity, respect, obedience to the law, loyalty. So these are some American engineer in his book, The Memoirs of Herbert Hoover. Yeah, I just want to read this out. Okay, so this is a very, very, compelling, description of engineering as a profession. The great liability of the engineer compared to men of other professions is that all can see them. You are not doing secret work. Everybody can see what you are doing. His acts, of course, he is using the word his, and of course, that was the language of that day. Of course, it is politically, women engineers are coming, and of course, rightly so. So his acts, step by step, are not bury his mistakes in a grave like the doctors. He cannot argue them into thin air or blame the judge like the lawyers. He cannot, like the architects, cover his failures with trees and vines, his shortcomings by blaming his opponents and hope that the people will forget. See the responsibility. If his works do not work, which flows from his successes with satisfactions that few professions may know, and the verdict of his fellow professionals is all the applaud. This is phenomenally, this is very I mean, what a tribute it is for engineering. Well, now I just will try to give you some examples of some disasters in engineering context. Ethics we are discussing, it is not a discourse in abstract. We have a number of examples done innocent civilians and of course how this damage can really cripple people, innocent children, women, etc., etc., etc. And of course this famous example Pinto, when Ford, the company Ford, them less to the company when the USSR farmer project is still now these rings which were supposed to play O-rings or something, which have been done properly. Yeah. So, and of course, famous experiment. Her research, if you have any country news, I would learn from it. Yeah. So, yeah, this with regard to case studies or case studies very prevail in the context of our profession. Okay. So, copyright concerns violating if it reuses a code that company. So this is a very standard violation which we all claim. A lot of times our material, our asking us without taking permission from us, and it's illegal, immoral, etc., 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 etc. So I'm not reading out all. Please say, but then I'm trying to just bring to your notice that how ethics is not just an abstract thing, and it is not something very out of the world sort of thing. It is there very much life in our everyday, as such. So trimming data before presenting it to the scientific. Possible to imagine a woman who has a seriously ill son. Her child needs an expensive drug to recover and survive. But the woman has already spent all of her money on treatment and possesses no property to be sold. Local banks refuse to accommodate her with a loan since there is no chance that she will return the money on time. In desperation, she creates a fake social media accounts to cheat people out of them. Somebody has a seriously ill son and she is actually trying to swindle money by creating the fake social. You want to call her a cheat, or you want to really take professional code of ethics to break into any software system without permission? So you don't have permission, or your professional code of ethics won't allow you. Your conscience without anything. But then you also know the consequences of how this nuclear missile launch can create a war situation. And now, how do you deal with this? You want to lie and cheat, ethical hacking as it is called, to itself and be. So anybody, what would you do if you are in the same situation? Any response, please? You're all silent, indifferent, hostile. Okay, so till now we covered a bit about ethics, couple of ethical theories, and what is a profession, and some examples from engineering ethics, how ethical dilemmas do prevail in the context of our profession. Okay, is it fine? Or now I want to focus on this issue called ethics in research, being a professional. Okay, I will not focus much on that. No, research, we keep doing experiments, and then we produce results and we write papers and we publish. So a bit of publishing ethics now. Maybe writing theses or a chapter, or you are writing an article in journals or a project report. These are different forms of output. Forms of really showcasing the research, our research output. Or you are writing a newspaper article, some blog for the larger public, or you are presenting in conferences. You are trying to really collate your results and present to get new insights, comments, etc. So these are all different forms which we all keep doing. We're supposed to do. Now, in this regard, what are the possible ethical issues one might confront? Any idea, or rather anybody wants to interfere? Why ethics in research is very important. We all know that, no? And what are the values we're supposed to have in ethics? In planning, in conducting, and publishing of research. Okay. Yeah, this is, in summary, plagiarism is a major concern. And this new chat GPT is adding to it, isn't it? The other day I had we had some assignments and the students produce a good number of pages in no time. I mean, it's unfortunate, but we all know what's happening. But then this is what is the current state of affairs. So, and as ethical professionals, as researchers, no way we can give it to pleasurism. It's not only that we believe positively in the value of being ethically positive or plagiarism free, but also because technically you'll be caught. There is no escape. If somebody is stealing some quotation or a reference or without acknowledgement, or there is that shortcut might serve you something very quick, give you some quick satisfaction or something. But trust me, will be found someday. Going by the software, Turnitin, etc. I'm not, even for technical reason, you cannot be doing plagiarism out in the public. What people have done 30 years before, even some of these things are coming. We are finding it out now because there was no way that you can cross-examine who is lifting from which book without acknowledgement or without any, without not being a responsible researcher. The whole point is that taking material from somewhere and claiming it as your own. All it requires is a bit of honesty. Just give a quotation mark, page number, or say that it is paraphrased from based on this, or you acknowledge the work. In fact, the minimal is you quote it, acknowledge. So it is you can't claim authorship for that. No, creating authorship or claiming authorship for some other's work. I think this is. I don't want to take out names, but there are some big names which get tarnished. No, because there are allegations of plagiarism. So as professionals, we cannot but be away from this. Some of these things are fabrication of results or falsification of data, because because our results and experiments are not given the results, so sort of add it or fabricate it a bit so that it gets published. And conflicts of interest. Suppose you are reviewing. You are a reviewer for a journal, and then our own colleague's paper comes there to us, and then we should not be compromising on the professional rigor. That can be a problem. Or rather, that's why we call it a blind review. It's supposed to be objective, impartial, without any fear or favor. But then a lot of conflicts of interest come up. Suppose you are an editor, and we have some friends who you want to engage, and you sort of go easy on them. So these are all conflicts of interest which can happen. Of course, authorship, as I was telling, without writing, without thinking, claiming authorship and gifting authorship to friends. People who do not do anything. You just gift authorship or ghost authorship. Etc. Taking credit for others' work. So, and then with experimental subjects, particularly for some of the people who deal with human beings or animals, this is also a concern with regard to ethics. With those people, you have to be ensure that your subject, that means the person on whom you are experimenting or collecting data, should not be harmed in any way.